Hello and welcome. Make sure, am I getting audio? Yes, it seems as though I am. So I'm going to assume everything's going to plan. What? Let's see if I can get my timer going. The one thing I did not account for yet. Yes, we do have the timer up, so I want to adjust that. And we'll go ahead and get that started. And get it started over here. And yeah, there we go. 15 minutes. So, all right. Now we got everything set up. Let's talk about our streams for today. So a couple of cool things that I picked up last week for the purposes of streaming and of recording are a nice set, or I feel like a nice set of headphones for the purposes of like gaming and doing online streaming stuff. And then we finally invested in the kind of false battery that the camera needs to run longer. So we're no longer restricted to just what was roughly, I think, 2.5 hours of content. So yay! I am doing my best to kind of have a setup where I can be a little bit more interactive in the stream. So I'm gonna move over the mouse here, and I've got the keyboard within reach. But yeah, so we will be streaming until I get tired of it, basically. And I guess next I'll go over, as I am Traben, host of Traben's Tomes, a booktube channel here on YouTube. I do reviews, we've done games, we did, I just did my TBR for Summerween, and we do streams most weekends. Last week we did not stream because the soccer season's taken a lot out of us. In fact, today was our daughter's last soccer game of the season, and we ended up going out to a restaurant afterwards for the big party, came back home, and like everybody except my daughter, the one person who was like running around in the morning, just passed out, and we fell asleep hard until like 5 in the afternoon. So from about 3 o'clock, from about 1:30 till about 5, I think, I was crashed out on the couch. So it's been a day. So yeah, we need to do another productivity stream here soon. I think next week will be a good week for that, because we'll finally be in back in the rotation of the weekends are just like fun times. So let's talk about what I'm going to be reading today. So I've got the next couple of volumes of the Murderbot Diaries. So we have, this is book 3, Rogue Protocol, and then book 4, Exit Strategy. I think there are a few others that I don't have. These are all being borrowed from a friend. But I read through one book, I think 2 days ago. I read through another one yesterday. So I'm just going to read these on the sprints until I get tired of it, probably. And then I've got some other options here. So House of Slaughter number 5 is another option for me. If I'm feeling like I need a break or just want to read through Something is Killing the Children story, I'll take a look at that. And then I also have, I think the next book, like full-length book I want to read, which is Carl's Doomsday Scenario. by Matt Dinneman. I just saw on, I think, Facebook, which I'm increasingly becoming disillusioned with, that Dungeon Crawler Carl is now getting a webtoon adaptation. So I'm interested to see if that eventually translates to physical media as well, because I think most of the webtoon stuff is behind paywalls, and I'm not sure I'm willing to do that. But I'm certainly willing to pick up a Dungeon Crawler Carl comic if it comes out as a collection. Some rather strong titles in the last couple of years got their start as webtoons. I remember Nothing Special was a webtoon. I feel like there was another one that I read recently that was that originally started as a webtoon. So looking forward to all those titles. Been kind of a rough week for reading, kind of adjusting to the new schedule. For those who don't know, I am an English teacher, and so this is the first full week of our. This was our first full week of summer vacation, and as such, I'm having to adjust to different times, having the kids home all day, those different changes that occur when summer break hits. Next week, for the next 2 weeks, the kids have a theater camp. So hopefully that'll mean more time to read without the distractions. Although I can't fully blame my children. I am really terrible about just doom scrolling on my phone and looking at content that way. So recently on the channel, I put up some more shorts. I'm trying to do one a day. Haven't posted one today, so probably after the stream, I'll put one up, which will probably mean it doesn't go up until technically tomorrow. And then I've put up... What did I do this week? I know I did the review that I just posted today for Destroy All Humans, They Can't Be Regenerated, which is a Magic the Gathering manga, which is like set in the 90s, slice of life, high school romance manga with the backdrop of their players of Magic the Gathering. So definitely down my alley. Nostalgic for the backdrop of Magic, and the story's cute. So if you haven't already, check out my review for that manga. And then earlier this week, I did the Hold My Place book tag, which is all about our bookmarks and our bookmark collection. So those have been the recent things I've done. Tomorrow I'll have my recap of all the books that I read this week. It's honestly not a lot. I've mostly been looking at Murderbot. And I've really enjoyed these books. So not only the content here, so the story is very fun, kind of an antisocial, socially anxious robot who calls himself Murderbot, but very much doesn't want to commit murder, is kind of on a redemption arc of sorts, and just the different misadventures. I appreciate that each one is novella length, and it feels like just a chapter or like an episode out of a TV series, which I do believe that this is getting some kind of adaptation. I feel like the current releases I see in Barnes & Noble and things like that, well, first of all, they're collecting 2 of the stories at once. And then also, I think they've got that sticker on them, or the permanent sticker that says that this is going to be soon to be a Netflix adaptation, or soon to have a movie coming out, or whatever. But they're good. They're really nice. I can finish them in 1 or 2 sittings, and they're just a lot of fun to read. So, yeah, if you're looking for kind of a light sci-fi, I feel like it throws a lot of tech jargon at you, but it's not really hard science fiction. It's not really concerned with the real world applications of the science, or making sure everything stays exactly accurate with modern understanding of technology or physics or any of that stuff. But it's more just like an action mystery in space, and I really like that. I also appreciate that this is doing what I've been railing against so many series not doing, which is being able to have each of your stories have each of your books have a complete arc within the book, and then also have a separate like series arc going in the background that is touched on and elaborated on in each installment. So I think this is a really good example of balancing those two features, where you will have the immediate problem that Murderbot is trying to solve, or the contract or whatever that they're having to deal with, the people that are trying to kill them in that particular issue or that particular book. But then also you've got this mystery about his past that he's trying to figure out. And so far, each volume that I've read has touched on that in some way. So we got the introduction of like kind of his motivation for why he did what he did, why he became kind of self-aware, and then in the second book there was a more investigation into into what happened in his past. So I hope that continues, but I like that they are balancing out those two factors. So definitely one that I would recommend so far. We'll have to see once I get through these next couple of books if that holds true, but so far I'm enjoying the ride. Yeah, not a whole lot else going on this week. I finished up some of the books we picked up from the library, and the kickoff for our summer program was today, but we weren't able to make it. So we will see about what we're going to do. I think one of my ideas for a video coming up soon is going to be reading the books I received as rewards from last year's summer reading program, because they're still sitting on my TBR cart and it's been a year, so I really need to get to those. Again, make sure if you're coming in, like, let me know in the comments, what are you reading, what are you working on. I'm going to be looking at Murderbot Diaries, or might jump over to Dungeon Crawler Carl today, so we will see. But we're going to start up the sprints here in just a few minutes. My wife will be on soon. She is helping put the kids to bed. Like I said, it was a crazy day today, and so our daughter's still up. They're reading books, and then Amanda will be on, and she can talk about the stuff that she's working on. She might want to pull out the table and work on her her art piece that she's been doing. So we shall see. But yeah, not a whole lot else going on. I had to pull a bunch. I had to pull a bunch of stuff for the last video because I was talking about not only the book, but a little bit of the history of different manga and books based around trading card games. And so I was looking at like Magic the Gathering and Pokemon, and I need to learn how to play the Lorcana game, because we have 2 or 3 sets of the base game, and we just have not gotten around to learning to play yet. So that's on my list for things to do over the summer. and I'm also trying to catalog all my cards. So, got a couple of projects outside of reading in the works, but so far they've mostly resulted in a big mess. So this side of the room is very nice. The other side of the room is piles that we're trying to sort through as we start up summer and try to get a little bit more organized. So, all right, grab your books, grab your work. We're gonna start a 45-minute sprint, and then I'll be back at the end of that 45 minutes, talk a little bit about what I've read, and hopefully hear back from a couple of people about what they are reading and what they're up to. So, all right, let's switch it over. Whoa. What?
You were ready.
Yeah, well, I got to the end of a chapter, so I was good to go.
You were like, boom, timer, go.
Timer's done.
Timer, go.
Let's go. No time to waste.
No transition time for anybody else. I'm ready.
I'm ready. Look at me go. Oh, hold on. I gotta actually start the timer over here first. Goodness. Alright, let's bring this over here.
Oh, you thought you were ready.
Listen. Yeah, we want this one. And then we want to do this. There we go. Alright. 15 minutes of talking.
Banter.
Light-hearted banter. So hi, Amanda.
Hi.
I mentioned you might be coming
I'm
back.
Amanda. I'm here now.
Yes. We can now stream forever. And so probably, I want to do at least 3 because I know, normally it's 2.
It's a whole new world.
Because it's going to take me 3, I think, to get through this book. I got through about 50 pages.
Probably going to take me more than 3 to get through this book.
Probably. So I got through about 50 pages in that sprint. And it's, I mean, all of them kind of start off a little slow, so I'm not sure.
Hi, Scorpio.
I'm not sure where the story is.
I can't read what they say. It's too far away.
Well, I have it over here though. Hold on.
I still can't read that. I'm blind.
Wanted to read the Murderbot Diaries. What do you think of it? Hopefully, I can finish 2 graphic novels today. She says, "Hey, She's reading the Riddler Year One.
Riddler Year One. Okay.
Do you know Riddler Year One?
Is that the one where Riddler? No, that wouldn't be that one. This would be like Riddler origin story.
While we're waiting for
Can't remember.
I am enjoying the Murderbot Diaries. I was saying earlier in the stream that I feel like it is doing an excellent job of providing a story, like a full plot within each of the books, but also having this like overall mystery.
Like a Night Watch.
Yeah, like Night Watch, or like Dresden Files. Like there's lots of.
Well, I was just thinking in terms of like the Night Watch stories were a lot shorter though.
That's true. That is true. Yeah, so I guess that's a good comparison.
I read the Urashima Taro book and the book about the Chinese zodiac to our child.
Okay.
Because I've been playing through Okami, which my children are greatly enjoying watching. Because I played Okami when it first came out. I was really excited about Okami when it first came out. And I never finished it.
Mm-hmm.
I got about to where I am now.
I think we're finally starting to do things you haven't.
Yeah, I don't think I ever came to this area.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
If I did, I do not remember it at all.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in like the last third of the game about, I think. Is stuff I had never done. So I've still got a lot to do. I've still got a lot of things to figure out. And the kids have been enjoying it. So before my daughter was even born, I went to a library sale and they were getting rid of a ton of like Asian folklore, kids' Asian folklore picture books.
Mm-hmm.
Because like, I'm pretty sure the library went through like sections for each library sale.
Yeah.
To take out what wasn't circulating.
Yeah.
And so that one just happened to be a lot of picture books. And a lot of them were Asian folklore. And since we lived in Japan, we have a very strong connection to Japanese folk tales and fairy tales. I have a whole shelf up here that you can kind of see it. It's like all fairy tales and folklore and legends and stuff. And so I picked up a whole bunch of books about Japanese folk tales and legends.
Mm-hmm.
And then like the Chinese zodiac one and a couple other Chinese ones that I wasn't familiar with at the time. And I've read them to the kids in the past, but it's been a while.
Yeah.
And so now that my daughter had like, oh, there was a character named Urashima in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to read the book about where that character kind of comes from?
Yeah.
And then we read about the Chinese zodiac because that's the animals that are all the constellations.
Yeah. I was in Japan for 2 years, and Amanda was there for 3 years.
And I lived on a teeny tiny island only accessible by ferry.
Yeah, we were in the fastest depopulating area in all of Japan. Fun fact.
So it was weird because you had little kids and you had old people. And you had like a big gap in the middle.
Yeah. If you're not aware, you're not familiar, the big jump in Japan is not between high school and college, it's between junior high and high school. So you have technical high schools. A
lot of kids go off to dorm at their high school.
Yeah. And so because we were in an area with very few schools, like beyond the middle schools.
There were no high schools on my island.
There were a couple in my area. There was a nursing one in Hondo. And then there were a couple others.
Yeah, there were several in Hondo, but there were none on my island.
Yeah, there were a couple others around. I think there was an engineering one, but most of my kids went to the closest.
City.
Yeah, the closest city was Kumamoto City. So a lot of kids went off there.
And then a couple kids didn't go to high school.
Yeah, I ran into one of my kids graduated from middle school. I ran into him the next year. They were working as an electrician. They were working at the game area of the like entertainment store nearby.
A lot of my kids
trying to trying to fix lights.
We're going to take over a lot of my boys especially were planning to take over the family business of fishing.
Yeah.
But a lot of them did go to high school because their friends were in high school.
Yeah.
So if you could pass your entrance exam and get into a high school, a lot of them would still go, even though high school, not compulsory. You don't have to go to high school in Japan.
Yeah, but a lot of kids do, and it's like it's a prestige thing.
Yeah.
A lot of kids go to the cram schools went to the cram schools after school, did a lot of things to get into the nice schools. Yeah. So that's why there is kind of an undercurrent in a lot of the videos we do of like Japan culture and Japan connections. Even like the last video I did, I was talking a lot about like the manga scene in Japan. I talked about in one of my earliest videos. I talked about the connections in Six Crimson Cranes. Which actually, the main one there ended up being a German one I was unfamiliar with. So Six Crimson Cranes by Lin, I believe, fuses a lot of different folklore stories, Asian folklore stories, with, I think the second book is obviously Urashiwataro a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Even though I have not read it yet. But we had was it the Rice Bowl Maiden or something like that? There was the one where she has the thing over her head and like it obscures her face.
Yeah.
That I don't think a lot of people are familiar with. And then there was a story in there that was a reversal of a story about an emperor who gives everybody a pot with a seed in it.
Oh, okay, like the empty pot?
Yeah, the empty pot, and everybody cheats.
Yeah.
And only one person does it. It's the reverse of that because they're supposed to use magic, and the person didn't use magic, and so they're like,
interesting.
You didn't do, yeah.
Well, it was funny because we read the Urashimataro story, and so I was trying to be very clear with our daughter, like, he's not supposed to open the box.
Right.
Because in the game, opening the box is the good thing.
Yeah, he wants to. Yeah. This old guy's like, I want to be old. Everybody around me is dying.
So when we finished the book, we were comparing the two, and we were like, oh, in the original story, Taro's wife is down in the Dragon Palace, and she made him promise, don't open the box.
Right.
And I said, but in Okami, no one told us not to open the box. They accidentally made him immortal.
Right.
Like they saved his life. At the cost of him becoming immortal, and he wasn't really happy. His wife was growing old, and no one recognized him, and he was very sad, and no one made him promise not to open the box. Yeah. So I said it's very different, and I told her I'm like, I think I like the ending in Okami better. She goes, me too.
Yeah, like the original story is more like a Rip Van Winkle.
It's very Rip Van Winkle.
Where like by the time he's back, everyone's dead.
Yeah.
As far as I remember, there's like one person alive who's like, oh yeah, I remember there used to be a family that with that name that lived there like when I was little, and they're like an old person.
Well, and it's so interesting because I feel like Rip Van Winkle is a cautionary tale because you're not supposed to like go play 10 pins with the fairies or whatever, which is what he does.
Shouldn't do much with the fairies.
Like, I feel like it's a cautionary tale of don't do that thing, and then he does that thing, and so that one night is like 100 years or whatever. Taro is being rewarded. The immortality is a reward. He just doesn't realize it. And everything in that story could have been solved by anyone in the Dragon Palace saying, hey, I know you want to go back to land, but be aware, a ton of time has passed there.
Yeah, we've been partying for literally 100 years, my dude. You might just want to take that into consideration.
And like, he could have gone back. So the cautionary tale is don't break your promises in that one.
I guess.
Because he promises not to open the box.
Yeah.
And if he hadn't opened the box, he could have gone back down to live with his immortal wife forever in perfect Dragon Palace land.
Yeah. As long as we're throwing out, you know, Japanese folklore connections. We were also rewatching Yu Yu Hakusho. And Yu Yu Hakusho has the team in the Dark Tournament.
Oh,
that is
Fairy
all.
Tale Squad?
That is all like the Fairy Tale Squad. It's all again, like reversals or like plays off of the...
Yeah, there's a Momotaro, there's a Kintaro, there's an Urashima Taro.
Yeah. But the Urashima Taro's box doesn't make you old, it makes you young.
Right, it makes you, like, ridiculously young.
Yeah, it's supposed to, like, regress you to, like, a baby and, like, even, like, before that make you, like, nothing, and then he does it on Kurama.
So then you're easy to fight, but then he goes a little too close to the sun.
Yeah. And I feel like all of the ones in that squad were, like, the opposite. Like, there's a character that's, like, supposed to be honest and truthful, and they're, like, lying and deceitful, and...
Yeah.
They take the story... Anyway, we could talk about this all day.
We could.
I could bring up progressively more obscure things.
I have no doubt you could.
Like Den-O. Nobody knows what that is. So
it's right
I
there.
don't know. Yeah, you know what it is.
Because we're married.
Yes. So yeah. How are you enjoying your book?
It's good. I peeked at the second book at the bookstore.
Okay.
And so I know that there is like a 4-year time skip between books 1 and 2.
And you were saying you think this entire thing is going to just be set up, right?
More or less. Like, I think this is going to have something happen. But, like, the whole thing about Danmei is it's supposed to be, like, romance, right? I don't think we're going to get a single hint of that in this book.
Okay.
Which is, I'm okay with, because one of the main characters is 14 at the moment.
Mm.
So, like, I'm totally cool we don't have romance right now.
Yeah, but after a 4-year time skip...
Then he'll be 18. And... that will at least make it less weird.
Yeah.
But so far, I'm a little less than halfway, and we've gotten to the, like, everything has changed. Like, I don't want to spoil anything. But, like, we started out in a small town. We had a big inciting incident, and I'm pretty sure this is on the back of the book. The main character discovers that, like, everything he knows about his past is a lie.
Oh, of course.
That everyone has been lying to him his whole life.
Classic opening.
It's not so much that everyone has been lying to him. Like, it's not like a Truman Show where everyone knows and he doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, the big things about his parentage and where he's from and who he is, he's been lied to. And more people than he thought knew about it.
Mm-hmm.
And so now he's kind of dealing with, one, he doesn't believe them completely about who they think he is. He doesn't believe them. Mm-hmm. And so now they've completely changed locations. So I have a feeling we're about to introduce a crap ton of new characters who are all going to be important and who are all going to have 3 different names that I'm going to have to keep track of. Mm-hmm. Although I think I finally got down how names work.
Okay.
So that's good. So yeah, I feel like we're this whole book I feel is going to be like rising action in terms of stuff. I know because I read the back of the second book that this one is going to end with some sort of conflict between the 2 main characters. They're going to have a fight. They're going to have a misunderstanding. Something is going to drive them apart. Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure what I read on the back of the second book was that they've been apart for those years. Okay. So they haven't even been around each other. So something is going to drive them apart, like, because right now they're fairly close, and something is going to wedge them apart, and it will pick up in the second book. I'm enjoying I've never read like an ancient Chinese steampunk world, and that's been kind of interesting. Although I do feel like the world building is uneven. Okay. It reads very, like, it's so funny because, like, I was trying to, I'd have nothing to back up why, but I told you this a couple days ago, was that reading this feels like reading fan fiction. And I have nothing to explain that statement. I don't know what it is about the writing that makes it feel like fan fiction, but it does. There's something about the prose or the way information is meted out, and I don't know if it's because most Danmei novels do start in an online format, if there's just something I'm picking up on in that sequential online storytelling type thing. If there's something there that I'm keying in on that is similar. Because, like, obviously, fan fiction is all about established characters that I already know. And these are all brand new characters I've never heard of. So it's not that. So, yeah. But it's very It's very interesting. I'm enjoying it. It's not my favorite. I did kind of pick up a random Danmei because I liked the aesthetic. And I am thinking I maybe should have picked up one of the more popular ones as my first intro. Just because, like, to get into the genre, I should have maybe tried something, like, a bit more... that's, like, the standard.
Yeah.
Because, like, I've never heard anyone talk about this. I picked this up because the cover looked cool. And I like steampunk stories, and I thought it sounded interesting.
Okay.
So, like, I've never heard anyone talk about this one. So this could be the worst Danmei that exists for all I...
For all you know. All that's really happened in mine, it is the third in the series, so I also don't want to spoil it. But
how many do we have?
4.
Okay.
And I know there are more.
Yeah.
But all that's happened so far in mine is that Sad Robot wants to be left alone to watch his dramas, which is basically how every
book starts.
Yeah.
I was like, I think you've just described Murderbot.
Yeah. So he's trying to get to the next location in his quest, and he's come across someone he doesn't want to deal with, which again is every single one of these.
Now, is it Martha Wells that went to A&M and was accepted?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start up our sprints.
All right, Taskmaster.
I mean, we would sit here all day and talk about random nonsense.
I'm a yapper. I like to talk.
Yeah. All right, I want to read. All right, so 45 minutes, we'll be back again, and we'll talk about, I guess, some other random nonsense, and then also maybe our books.
Also maybe our books.
Yeah, we're back. All right. And get the timer up. So I think that the book I'm currently reading is kind of like their take on aliens. There's kind of a horror, almost like a horror element to it, which I kind of dig. So, getting more of a sense of the shape of the narrative at this point. 2/3 of the way through, so we're almost there. I might not read it on the next sprint. I might pick up the comic, The House of Slaughter, just for a change of pace. But we'll see. Still really enjoying it. It's a lot of fun. Now we got another person in here. Comments. Oh, then we got Mo J saying hi everyone. Hello.
Hello.
How's your book going?
Good. We haven't introduced any new characters. Well, kind of. We've been told about a few other people who seem important, but we haven't actually, and they've interacted with the characters, but we've only been told about their interactions. We haven't actually seen those interactions.
Yeah.
Like, we were told, like, oh, over the past few days, those two people came over here, but no one else has seen this guy. So, like, we know that the people are interacting, but we haven't actually seen the characters on page yet.
Okay.
And I did have the revelation that maybe, just maybe, the reason this feels like reading fan fiction to me is that so much fan fiction, a lot of fan fiction, not all, obviously, but a lot of fan fiction I know is written by people who English is not their first language. Mm-hmm. And this is translated from Chinese. So I wonder if what I'm picking up on is just that it feels translated.
Yeah, I had a similar feeling when I read through Before the Coffee Gets Cold. Mm-hmm. Not that it felt fan fiction-y. I don't read a lot of fan fiction. But
you should. It opens up a whole new world.
Yeah, but there was something about either the original text or the way it was translated,
or both, that just made some of the content feel a little bit, I don't know, stilted maybe, like a little bit. It felt. And there was a lot of this, like, telling what people were doing rather than, like, showing what people were doing. Do a lot of describing of, like, these two people met because of this, and this is the situation. Like, you'd have the narrator explain to you these situations rather than having the situations actually play out. Again, I feel like that is a Japanese... But telling rather than showing is to, like, not say he was kind. Not to, like, not do things in flashback.
Well, it's not about flashback. You can still have flashbacks that are more descriptive. This was a lot more, like, just more, like, dry description than it was, like, a lot of evocative imagery. So... I don't know. Like I said, it could be a Japanese thing. It could be a translation thing.
Yeah.
Who knows?
My eyes were starting to hurt when I was reading this one, though, so I don't really want to switch over to a comic, but.
So finish the Riddler Year 1. Scorpio's
nice.
now finished the Riddler Year 1 and is moving on to Batman Year 1. Do you have that one?
I do have Batman Year 1.
Have you read Batman?
Oh no, I
Year
have
1?
Batman Year 0.
Oh, okay. Completely different. This is Frank Miller.
Yeah.
Is Year 0 Frank Miller?
I don't know. It's in the other room.
Yeah, I think this is from...
I started getting this set of Batman graphic novels because I don't have a lot of especially older stuff. I have more recent stuff, but I signed up, I signed up for this big, exciting, like, greatest hits Batman collection. And so I've gotten my first 3 volumes.
Okay.
And I believe it's like Year 0, 1, and 2, and I don't remember what the third one was. It might be Year 1.
Okay. You should go look. You should find out.
It's in the other room.
I think, so I want to say Batman Year 1, Frank, was back when Frank Miller was still, like, doing a lot of like high profile things. I think that was back in before Batman and Robin.
Before having the goddamn Batman?
Yeah, before Batman and Robin, The Boy Wonder, which I feel like was kind of the first indication I had that Frank Miller was...
Going off the rails?
A little bit, yeah. It's unfortunate, but yeah, I remember him being very prolific in like maybe late 90s, early 2000s with a lot of... Like Sin City was very big.
Scorpio, how was Riddler Year One? Was it good? You can keep going.
Yeah. So, and I want to say he did Ronin. There were some other things that I know
he had a lot of stuff for a while.
A lot of people were really into. I think that's back from that kind of era, but it's nothing. It's nothing I've read before.
I don't think I've read it, but again, my Batman backstory reads are really sporadic.
You have those Chronicles books too.
I do,
so
but
what's
those
the
are
difference
like
between that and the things you're getting now?
The things I'm getting now are collected arcs that were meant to be read as a story.
Okay.
However, because I believe I will be getting some collections that are very similar to the Chronicles I got, as well.
Okay. And like how I know this is very expansive.
Mm-hmm.
How many volumes of this are you anticipating getting?
A lot. I want to say it takes 3 years for you to get all of them.
Okay.
And you get like 3 or 4 a month.
Okay, that's a lot.
It's a lot.
That's a lot of Batman.
I'm on month 2, so you know.
Scorpio says they're fairly new to the graphic novel manga world. Love the Riddler. Also love the illustrations, and diary entries at the end.
Mm. Have you read any of the stuff? And I don't know where this is. I just remember this was when I was reading comics. Have you read any of the stuff where Riddler is a private eye?
Hmm.
That I read some stories that I feel like that was like mid 2000s.
Yeah.
When Riddler was a PI, it was very interesting. He was kind of. Was he a good guy at that point, or was he more?
I think
like...
so. Like I think he was an ally and like actively helping with some of the Batman stuff.
Because if I remember correctly, he just figured out who Batman was.
Mm-hmm.
And then was like, "Oh, okay. Well, now I don't have a point to like do crime." Like
that's such a silly.
I can't remember if that's exactly what it was, but.
Yeah, she says she's not read that, but she'll have to look into it.
Yeah, I just remember that being a really interesting time for Riddler because you got to do some different things.
Yeah. You
got to really see the character in a different way.
I love the Batman Rogues Gallery, but it's also like, it's also one of the silly. It's also silly.
I mean, all comics are silly.
All comics are silly.
Especially all comics like Big Two comics that have been around for
forever.
A while.
Yeah.
And you have to justify things. Mm-hmm. It's all ridiculous.
I saw a post recently that was asking, like, oh, do you think the absolute line is, like, a new... Because, like, right now, what's going on with DC is they're having the absolute line. They have absolute Batman and absolute Wonder Woman, all these different titles. Our timer's not going down. And so...
You get to talk forever!
Woo!
Yapping forever!
So... they were asking if they felt like this was a big new thing, and there were mixed results, mixed opinions on that.
I mean, it definitely feels like it has an end game in mind, at least.
I closed the timer, and that's why, instead of minimizing it.
Like
15 minutes from now.
Like, the whole thing with the Absolute Universe is supposed to be that, like, when Darkseid left the main universe, he created the Absolute Universe.
Uh-huh.
So everything is terrible there.
Yeah.
And there's like no hope.
Mm-hmm.
Like all the heroes are underdogs, right?
Yeah, and it's this idea of like inverting previous stories. So Batman is not he's multi-billionaire. He's
a blue-collar worker.
Blue-collar worker who so it's like taking the scenarios or the situations from the originals and just like modifying it. I want to say that There's something about Wonder Woman. I think is she like
She's straight magic.
but she might be an avatar.
She's from hell.
Yeah, I think that's it. Like it's an avatar for like destruction or something like that. So she's again.
It was in the free comic book day when I read, which, like I said, felt so reminiscent of the New 52.
Yeah.
When I think it was Pandora, wasn't it? Was that her name?
Yeah, I think it was Pandora. Was like it was basically their backdoor reset button if they ever wanted to stop New 52.
Which of course they did.
Which they did. So yeah, that was kind of the talk though. Was
but I mean,
like,
that was the free comic book day issue that year.
Mm-hmm.
Was Pandora like being like, oh look at Batman, oh look at Superman, oh look at this. I'm watching everybody.
Uh-huh.
And like was kind of the like hint that they were all going to tie together with something that was coming. That was Pandora's thing.
Sure.
And I want to say she was in every issue 1 of the New 52 in the background somewhere.
That's kind of fun.
I feel like that was a thing. I could be misremembering. The New 52 was wild.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, the comments seem to be split. Some people who like work at the like comic book shops and things like that are saying that they're seeing more new people come in, and it's like revitalizing a lot of their sales. And some people are saying, well, I mean, that's happened before though with all these other resets, and it is good for a quick burst of interest and money, but it's not something that's going to be sustainable long term. It's another one of these like reset gimmicks.
But I feel like the Absolute Universe was not a reset. It's existing alongside the main DCU.
Well,
it's not like New 52 where they eviscerated all the current storylines in favor of their new gimmick.
Except for Batman and Green Lantern, because those were already doing well.
Well, no, because they still eviscerated like all the stuff with their side characters. They just kept certain small facets of those ones. But all the stuff that was going on with Tim Drake completely derailed. I was so bitter about that.
I thought the main Batman line just kept going like nothing happened.
No, not at all. Because that was when they had to like re-age everyone, because the only New 52 was supposed to have taken place in 5 years.
Hilarious.
So Batman had been through 5 Robins in 5 years. Although I'm still not clear if Stephanie Brown even existed in the New 52. So it might have only been 4 Robins.
So the 2 universes they were talking about are Absolute from DC and then the Ultimate line from Marvel, which is
both of which exist in tandem. Yeah.
Which is also doing the thing where it's set apart.
Which
also,
I prefer.
Ultimate X-Men. I do read Ultimate X-Men. It's drawn by Peach Momoko, who I love, and you should check it out because it's really good. It's a good fusion of the Japanese culture we were just talking about, and the X-Men, which I thought was a really cool idea. And it doesn't really like. I don't know if the Ultimate line is really doing a lot of like crossover or anything like that. I don't know about the other titles.
I don't follow Marvel.
But the X-Men line doesn't seem like it's touching on anything else.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
Well, and that's what I really liked when I found out that the Absolute line was existing in tandem with the DCU. I was really glad about that, because that was one thing that I've been so frustrated with these big DC restarts in the past, is because it tries to have its cake and eat it too, and completely derails everything except for like 2 big name authors. Like at the New 52, unless your name was Jeff Johns or Grant Morrison, anything you were doing was gone.
Oh, Scorpio doesn't like Marvel. Ouch.
I'm far more of a DC girl.
I read more Marvel than DC.
Do you?
Point. Yeah, because I read Miss Marvel, and I don't read any DC. Like, what do I read DC wise? I read what you read.
You read what I read. But you like a lot of DC characters.
Yeah. But I was reading like Spider-Gwen, Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, Miss Marvel, and Doctor Strange were the last ones that I was really...
Yeah, but now you're not reading any of them.
I'm reading Miss Marvel.
Ish?
Yeah. I'm more reading Massiverse and the Ultimate X-Men specifically.
I mean, independent third-party comics are usually more satisfying because they don't have the editorial meddling that the big two have.
And I don't know how long the Massiverse is going to go on, but it is a shared universe, but considerably smaller. Like it only has 5 or 6
and
titles.
It doesn't have like 80 years of complicated history to try to appease fans with.
And I read the
Slaughterverse.
The Slaughterverse. Something's killing the children. So, but yeah, just recently I think it's been more of the big two. I think it's been more Marvel that's been catching my interest. I
will forever be a Bat Family person. Although I do at this point like the side Bat characters more than Batman. Like I like Nightwing and Red Hood and Robin.
Yeah, I did read Wayne Family Adventures, but that's not.
You did read Wayne Family Adventures.
Was that Webtoons?
That was Webtoons.
I was mentioning at the beginning. I was talking about how Dungeon Crawler Carl is getting a Webtoon.
Is it?
I sent you the image. You probably got sidetracked because I also sent you an image of you sleeping adorably with our son.
I did.
But yeah.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah, it's getting a Webtoon, and I was like, oh yeah, like nothing special was really good, and I was like, and there was something else that I read recently, and it was that one.
Did you read Zatanna and the Ripper at all?
I have not read Zatanna and the Ripper.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, Dungeon Crawler Carl. Yeah, I totally missed that.
Right.
I would recommend Zatanna and the Ripper because while Wayne Family Adventures was a series of one-shots, like each chapter was its own thing, maybe a two-parter, Zatanna and the Ripper is one story. And I need to get more of it because I don't yet have beyond what I read on Webtoons. Like, I definitely stopped reading it on Webtoons. And then I have to decide if I want to get Red Hood and the Outlaws, which was the other webcomic, which I'll probably get just to have it. But it was kind of a mess. Like, of the 3, it was by far my least favorite. It just, I don't know, they were trying to do a, like, Dark Trinity thing with Bizarro, Artemis, and Jason Todd being like the like reject Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman, like the black sheeps of their families.
I remember.
And it just felt so edgy at times. Like Batman was just a jerk for no reason. And it's like, but they've been over this. They're past this part. They've done this. But now we're back to being an asshole to each other for no reason.
Scorpio asked about 7 Soldiers of Victory, and I've not read 7 Soldiers of Victory, but here's the cover.
Yeah, you need to read that.
It definitely looks like something that I would read.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is Grant Morrison. Okay.
Yeah, Grant Morrison is like hit or miss.
Yeah, I've hit or miss on Grant Morrison.
Some of his stuff is a little bit too, like, he's trying to be esoteric and crazy. But it does kind of give me a Creature Commando vibes just looking at the cover.
Well, we like Joe the Barbarian.
And I really liked when New 52 reset, they had what was that one called with it had Etrigan. It was like in the
Justice
past.
League Dark.
No. The Demon
Knights.
Demon Knights, yeah. Kind of looks a little bit like that. Or like Creature Commandos, which I want to watch that show.
Yeah, we need to watch that one.
So
we need to watch many a thing.
So I've not read 7 Soldiers of Victory, but looking it up for 2 seconds
good things about
makes me want to read it.
I believe that is like peak Morrison. That's good Morrison, not like. I'm so conflicted because I was so angry at everything with Final Crisis with the DC. Final Crisis made me unreasonably unhappy at Battle for the Cowl, and they let Grant Morrison do way too. Grant Morrison needed to be reined in on that nonsense, and the editors just said go, and I was not impressed.
I'm not sure if this is still a thing that's happening in the industry, but there was a point around that time, like, again, early 2000s, where we had these big...
Mid-2000s.
Mid-2000s? We had these big celebrity names. Grant Morrison was DC's. I feel like there was one from Marvel, too, that were, like, doing these big sweeping changes and having a lot less editorial oversight, or like you're saying, like not reining them in. I don't feel like that happens as much now.
Well, and it mostly made me mad because, like I said, I'm a fan of the ancillary characters a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And all of their stories,
Mm-hmm.
all of their ongoings got completely derailed for Battle for the Cal. Right before Battle for the Cal happened, Tim Drake lets Jason Todd go.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he gives him, like, watchtower codes to a teleporter
Mm-hmm.
as, like, a show of good faith and a, like, we're mending bridges, I'm taking a first step. And then the very next time we see them together, I want to say Jason Todd pushed him off a train.
Sure.
And it was just, like, so frustrating.
Classic comic books.
Tim got blown up, like, 2 months before Battle for the Cal, and we just kind of magicked that away because we had to.
Yeah, I feel like
it was so frustrating.
I feel like we're veering into the problems at the core of all comic books, especially mainstream comic books, of, like, when you have multiple people writing your story, there are going to be inconsistencies.
And,
I really liked...
But that's what editorial is for.
I really liked Green Lantern Corps for about 2 years. It was one of the best comic books for me because it was, like you said, I like the ancillary characters, I like these side stories, and I liked that we were getting a spotlight on some of these lesser-known Green Lanterns and, like, all the misadventures they were going into. I liked Saronic Natu when they first introduced her because she was, like, the scientist Green Lantern, and she used her ring not to, like, shoot lasers or make giant jets or whatever, but to, like, make scientific equipment and to help people and to, like, save people's lives. And then we basically made her into one of the Lantern's girlfriends, and that became... Green Lantern Corps became Hal Jordan and...
No, I thought Corps was Guy Gardner and Kyle Rayner.
You're right. Corps was Guy Gardner. Yeah, and then the other one became the other two.
Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart, yeah.
Yeah, instead of, like, an actual, like, look at these other characters.
But was that because of sales and they were keeping the book from cancellation? Or was it just because DC decided they needed somewhere to put these characters?
Well, this was also in the lead up to, like, collapsing everything into Final Crisis.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it was just, like, trying to get everything to where it was...
Well, it was probably we were
for
bringing
the
up this
changeover.
crisis, so we were bringing in all these characters,
Mm-hmm.
and then we needed somewhere to put them to try to keep the momentum going.
Yeah. And at this point, there are so many Green Lanterns for Earth, I
Oh my
can't
God.
even keep track of it, and
Like,
I don't want to anymore.
It stretches, like... Batman having so many Robins is one thing, but, like, there's no rules about how many Robins Batman can have.
There
are rules
is
about how
supposed
many
to-
Green Lanterns there are supposed to be.
Yeah, there is supposed to be a rule of 2 Green Lanterns per sector. And sectors go from the center of the universe to the edge of the observable universe.
And we have, like, 8 from Earth, and it's
Yeah.
just like, oopsie doodle.
Yeah. We managed for a while to make it make sense.
To kind of make it make sense.
Yeah, because there were people who got...
there are people who'd been dead for a while and
there are
come
people
back.
there are people who were dead. There are people who got basically, like, upgraded to
like honor guard, right?
yeah, like
Yeah.
being in a different place and not really
Not being the Green Lantern of that sector.
Yeah, but now we don't care.
We don't care anymore.
Yeah. Man, we get derailed so easily.
I mean, derailed what? Like, we talked about our books and then we kept going.
Yeah.
We have a lot to say.
Yeah. So I think I will House of Slaughter with this next one.
Yeah.
Because I think I'm gonna have to take a little bit of a break.
Is that what's
here.
his name? The Butcher?
Yeah.
Oh, it's called the Butcher's War.
It's called the Butcher's War. So yes, it is him. So yeah, this will be the first time that House of Slaughter kind of goes back to an established character.
Which is good, because I was really... Was that the very first...
That was the first one. Yeah.
Like, the way that ended, it was clearly... I thought he would show up
In the next one?
in the main series shortly after. Like, I thought that's what they were doing.
Yeah.
That they were introducing the backstory, and then he was going to, like, come in a big way. Although, didn't he show up again? Wasn't there one that was purple that he was in?
I don't recall.
I feel
him
like he was
showing
in
up
another
the
one that
main-
was purple.
I don't recall him showing up in another main one. This is number 5. So 1 would have been
One
his
was the
background
backstory.
story. 2 was the reader one.
The what one?
The
The weird one?
The really weird one. One of them was the kid with no arms.
That was 4.
That was 4. What's
So
3?
it was 3. Three's the purple one.
Is this one? Okay.
I don't know. Go look for it during the break.
All right, I will maybe.
Because if you do, you might need that because that was also him.
Okay, but let's break. Let's read.
Oh, let's break from our yapping.
Yes, and read our books. All right, so we'll be back in another 45 minutes. And we're back. I want to do one more. But let's go ahead and timer it up. The freedom to just do as many sprints as I want.
You're mad with power.
Alright.
I think I'm pretty close to halfway, although this has a decent amount of back matter, so I might be farther than I think I am. Oh yeah, I think I'm definitely about halfway. Maybe a little farther. Not a lot has happened. Well, like, a lot happened at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's moving very slowly.
Very slow. I'm actually getting to like the action-packed part of mine, where they're up against a lot of conflict. But I do appreciate how each book like maintains the focus on this continuing narrative of what Murderbot is attempting to do. Also, I read half of Butcher's War, which to try to describe would require explaining like the entirety of something is killing the children and a backstory that like
and both of the previous ones that tied into this.
Yeah. Volume 3 was The Butcher, by the way. It was The Butcher Returns. This is probably the one that I was actually thinking of, because I think the very first one was more
Aaron's story.
Aaron and his relationship.
Yes.
But
that's what introduced him.
Yeah.
And then this one was
him, like, I'm pretty sure this is him like gathering up orphans and the one getting taken from him and like turned against him.
in the little settlement they had.
Yeah.
See, I know I read this one. I think the only one I've not read is the one with the kid and this one. Although I flipped through the one with the kid, so I feel like I kind of know what happens. But I know I read that one, but I can't remember what happens.
So yeah, a lot of what's happening in here is basically... It's interesting because it is pulling in the main story as well.
Mm.
Like, the House of Slaughter right now is in real dire straits because they have both this guy and Erica both as rogue agents. Erica's not really doing much to stop them. She just wants to be left alone.
Yeah.
But he is like actively...
He's like actively working, yeah. Which is why I thought he would show up, especially with his connections with Aaron. I thought maybe there would like... Erica would like go find him, or that he would find Erica when he had found out she was rogue. Mm-hmm. I was really surprised that those haven't crossed over.
And what I'm surprised most about this is it seems to be heading in a direction where there are going to be really big changes off of this book, whereas most of the other House of Slaughter books have been like side stories and been like things you can mostly ignore and aren't gonna
backstories of other characters, kind of like building on the world without
explaining what the different colored masks do.
Yeah,
is a big thing about it.
We had the red mask one.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had the one with the one kid,
right?
Is he a white mask?
I think so. And we know what the white masks do, but
the white masks are pack hunters.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
So we are developing the relationship a bit between our two main characters.
Mm-hmm.
we are spending a lot of time. I mean, this is kind of a spoiler, but not really. There's a massive change in the leadership in the Capitol.
Okay.
And so we are dealing with the fallout of that.
Okay.
So we have a character who's really high in the military.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've seen him trying to gain favor with the new emperor, but the new emperor being even more not what he wants, more oh no, we have to not do the things you want to do than the previous emperor.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're seeing a lot of again, but all of it not in person. We've never seen the new emperor. We've never seen him on page. We just hear other characters talking to the emperor.
Yeah.
Or the things that are going on. And then we have our main kid who was in the rural town is now in the capital, but he's not really doing much in the capital. Mm-hmm. They're about to head out for New Year's celebrations, which will be the first time he's left the estate since he moved in. So he's just been a homebody and he prefers to stay at home. So there hasn't really been much to adjust to.
Okay.
Other than he's in a new place with different people, slightly different people. Mm. But he, like I said, he hasn't been oh my gosh, the capital is so big. He's just been staying at home. Mm-hmm. And he hasn't really been treated any differently.
Okay.
I don't know. It's very strange. Like I said, I know, I have a feeling, I don't know about other Donmei novels, but this one I could definitely feel. This is a slow burn in terms of plot.
Yeah.
We are getting the very foundations of what's going on. We are establishing a lot of politics and how that affects our main characters. Mm-hmm. And laying the groundwork. We've talked a lot about the different groups on the borders and how they are all potentially conniving and manipulating to try to invade. Mm-hmm. And how all of those forces are a danger. So I'm sure multiple of that's going to come up in the future.
Yeah, it seems our feed is a little jittery. I wonder if I should maybe
put the camera down and put it back up.
Yeah, let me just see if clicking it in here will do it. If not, we can potentially give it a rest.
It looks like we're doing
for a
robot
couple
dances.
Minutes.
I could do tetting.
We could set it over to the loading screen if this doesn't work. Let's see.
Please stand by.
Did that do it? No, we're still a little jittery.
I mean, the camera might be tired.
Yeah. Should we maybe put it over on the load screen?
How long do we have till sprint start?
7 minutes.
Well, why don't we just keep yapping, and then when sprint starts, we can put it on the... We can just take the camera down and let it rest.
Okay. Sure. Sounds good.
Just let the camera rest while we... You can figure out a new overlay to put up, while the camera's off.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, so it's good. We've introduced a sword fighting robot, a practice robot. That's kind of fun.
Sure.
We've laid the groundwork for a lot of things that I feel like are going to be a problem in the future. Mm-hmm. And already we have a character keeping a secret that feels silly for him to be keeping. He found out something about his health, basically. And mm-hmm. instead of telling literally anyone, he's just decided to keep this a secret so that it can just be a problem instead of reaching out to anyone and saying, like, hey, I think this is a problem. Maybe we should try to solve it. He's just like, woe is me. So that's a little frustrating because it's just like, oh no, I know something's wrong, but not gonna tell you what. I'm not gonna tell anybody to potentially fix it.
Yeah. Well, again, I can't really talk much about mine. There's some fighting going on. There's a lot of talk about hacking. A lot of that comes up quite frequently. I mentioned earlier, I don't feel like it's not hard sci-fi. It doesn't really seem invested in the systems behind the robots and things like that and explaining them. It's more of like action, mystery
in a sci-fi setting.
In a sci-fi setting. But it does feel but there is a lot of technical jargon thrown around, and I do feel like Wells has a good sense of how they want different aspects of it to work. But a lot of it deals with, it's like the premise, and I don't feel like I'm giving anything away because people should know the premise of Murderbot, is that he is like a rogue robot.
He's like detached from his like...
Yeah. So he talks about how he in the first book, he talks about how he basically hacked what's called his governor system. And what would normally happen if they try to like patch in something or give him a command or something like that is it would just go straight to him and he would have no ability to like resist it. Mm-hmm. But since he's detached from the governor system, he sees it come in, he can like view it, and he can like either ignore it or follow it. But again, like all he wants to do is watch dramas. Yeah. And he wants to figure out this thing that happened in his past, which is why he's going on all these like wacky misadventures.
I've been reading a lot of volume 1s of manga because I'm working behind the scenes on my manga tournament. So I've read 10 now? Mm-hmm. 10 of my 16.
Okay. That's not bad.
Yeah, because I think I finished the first 4 and then I read the next 2.
Yeah.
So I am looking forward to reading volume 2s because reading this many volume 1s is just very like, okay, but then what happened?
Yeah, I came up when I did my tournament. I found there was a very the round 1 really highlighted series that can establish their story very quickly and lead to something that is interesting enough to make you want to read a volume 2. And then there are those that do one of those things and not the other, or do neither of those things.
And I've had several that I want to continue that haven't won their round that I'm still interested in reading. Mm-hmm. That's a little like sad because it's like, oh, I don't know when I'm eventually going to get to these. Which is funny because when I've been going to stores, I've been just trying to pick up whatever next volumes I can of the ones I know have won. I swear I have seen volume 2 of every single series that has not moved on. And yet there are at least 2 series I have yet to find the one that I need in store. And it's just like, if in the wacky world where the exact opposite happened of what I'm doing now, I would have been able to find every volume 2 already. Yeah. And it's just like, what is happening?
Yeah, and we have a Kinokuniya nearby, which is both like great and also annoying because you assume that they have more than they do. Yeah. They have a lot of titles, but they have a lot of the ones that are like in right now because they have limited space.
Entire shelf of Dan to Dan. Mm-hmm. Like entire section. Yeah. They could have like 4, 5, 10 other series. Yeah, if they had slightly less Dan to Dan.
They'll have like 3 copies of every volume of Chainsaw Man, and they'll have
on the floor, not just in the store. like on that shelf.
Yeah. But then there will be some titles, like even if it's slightly older or it's like not very popular right now, because they still have a limited.
Yeah, every
amount of
store
space.
every store is limited by the shelf space.
So they still have more. So they have more comics than any other. They have more manga than any other place we go to, but you can't always.
I don't know. Probably.
But you can't always trust that they're going to have what you're looking for.
Yeah.
So there might be a Barnes and Noble that has more, but like not the close ones.
I don't know. Like, I'm thinking about, like, our one Barnes & Noble has such a good selection.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, they might carry more series than Kinokuniya. Because, like, if you take out the entire shelf they have of Dandadan...
That's just one thing.
Yeah, but that takes out, like, a 12th of their stock.
Mm-hmm.
So if you take that out, the Barnes & Noble might have more.
Yeah, you're right. They might have more titles. They don't have more inventory.
Well, they probably do in the back.
Yeah.
They usually have that weird long shelf that is like their overflow so they don't have to keep it in the back. They have it there so that whenever they're restocking, they can restock from there.
Yeah. All right, we're going to put it on the load screen for the first couple of minutes of the timer.
Can you put the timer up on the load screen?
I can work and see if I can do that.
Instead of saying like what does it say on the load screen?
It just says loading. Like
well,
I can't.
You can't change it from saying loading.
I can't change it from saying loading, but I can possibly put the timer up. We will see. All right, but we'll go ahead and start the timer, and we will try to get it on there.
Try to give the camera a little rest. We haven't done this before with the camera, so.
No. All right, we're gonna start, and we're gonna get the timer. And then we'll jump over.
And then
Nope. There we go. Yeah. Still a little choppy. Well, guess there's no helping it.
Could be the internet.
Could be. And we've only got this last 15 minutes, so we'll just deal with it. Or last 15 minutes, last whatever amount of time we want, because I think that's going to be our last sprint.
There are no rules.
Yeah. I finished my book. It was good. I will probably read the other one. I'll probably read the next one tomorrow.
I'm gonna read 4 books in 4 days. Check me out. I'm Traven.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, look, they're only like 150 pages each, so they're not that bad. And I'll probably finish this before bed tonight, but I don't want to do another sprint, I don't think.
Crazy action-y things happened in my book for a few pages.
Okay.
We are, again, setting up what feel like long game conflicts. Like, I can't see this being resolved quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But we basically had like a grand, we had a plot to see what would happen, and it was thwarted almost immediately, which was kind of cool.
Scorpio has about 50 pages left.
Oh, awesome. I've got still a lot. How many pages left? I have these books are so long. I've got less than 200 pages.
Okay,
Got
that's pretty
100,
good.
160 pages.
That's not bad. We're getting there.
We're getting there.
And then after this, what are you gonna read?
I really need to finish my linguistics book.
Yeah.
And then I really need to read more of my 25 for 25.
You need to read.
I need to read the ghost one.
You look better as a ghost.
When do I need to have that finished?
I'll look it up.
It's like, not next week, but the week after?
I think so.
No, it's...
There's a 20-something at the front.
it's the second camp.
Yeah.
Okay, so I could read that one on the trip.
Yeah.
But I probably won't.
Fine.
Should probably... No, I mean, like, if I say that, I don't know how much reading I'm going to get done on that trip.
Yeah.
So I probably shouldn't put it off.
Mm-hmm.
And I need to figure out my Winterween TBR.
Mm-hmm. And we gotta do mid-year freakout tags.
It's not mid-year yet.
It basically is.
So. And then... So yeah, I've got a lot of things I need to be reading. I want to sit down and just read a bunch of manga and a bunch of graphic novels I have sitting around that I've bought this year or last year that I wanted to read.
I'm current with a lot of the manga I was reading.
Just don't talk to me.
What?
I said, just don't talk to me. You're just...
I
read so much it makes me feel bad.
Winterween is July, early July.
July.
Like 7th through the...
You made a video about it. I'll look it up.
I can look it up.
You look it up.
I'll look it up.
It's hosted by Gabby Reads.
I'm gonna search for this book first.
She has a whole announcement video about it up with the prompts if you want to participate. I can't remember. It's right at the beginning of July. I don't know if it's the first week or the second week, but I think it's right at that beginning of July. I want to say, and I need to get my TBR for that because that's one of the few readathons I usually am able to get done.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm usually actually able to read my TBR for that one. I don't know why. I think it's just like when it is and that it's not that many books that I'm usually okay.
Yeah. I don't think I put Sun... What was it called? Sun... something?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The graphic novel that you and I both read from the library.
Suncatcher.
Suncatcher.
Yeah, I took pictures of both of those so I would remember to include them. I've been terrible about Goodreads and my reading journal, keeping track of what I've been reading. I really need to sit down because I'm sure I'm going to forget some things. And then my count will be depressingly lower than it should be and I will be sad. So I really need to be better about tracking what I'm reading. But I've got a whole stack of stuff that I've bought and haven't read yet.
What did I think about this one? Probably 3. It was alright.
Which one?
Suncatcher.
Suncatcher was probably a 3 for me, so was Witchlight.
I think I would give Witchlight a 4. I liked Witchlight.
It was fine. I didn't really care for the art.
Yeah. I need to do my journaling or else I'm going to forget when I read these things.
Yes, clearly.
Alright. But yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those, like, I want to play video games. I want to watch shows. I want to read books. And I cannot do these things at the same time. Oh, and also I should probably record some videos. But you keep streaming. So I can't record videos.
This is an older Winterween.
Go to This Is Winterween on...
I'm doing it.
Okay.
Only it's Summerween.
Oh, it's Summerween, not Winterween. Have we been saying winter the whole time, or did we say summer?
I don't know. I think we're going back.
Are we crazy?
Okay, so Summerween is July 5th through 12th.
5th through 12th.
So we get a little bit extra. So the prompts are read a book in the dark or at night.
Which could be any book.
Read a horror or thriller book. Read a book with the sky on the cover. Read a book you own for more than a year.
That'll be easy. And
read a novella, manga, or listen to a spooky audiobook. So I have done my TBR for this one. So that video's up. And I know what I'm going to be trying to read. I think two of the titles on there are on my 25 for 2025.
Oh, that must be nice. I don't think I have any horror on my 25 for 25.
Well, not everything that I'm reading is horror. Like, I put Flashlight on there, and Flashlight just has a sky on the cover.
Yeah.
Doesn't say it has to be horror.
I don't know. I always try to make most of them horror, or at least thriller.
I think most of mine are.
I read...
And Flashlight seems to be like a mystery-ish book.
What was the one I read last year? The Last Murder at the End of the World?
Yeah, that was a good one.
That was a thriller.
Yeah.
Mystery.
Yeah.
It's a mystery thriller.
Mystery thriller. I like that one quite a bit. Yeah, they are easy prompts. This is not one of the more involved ones, which is probably why we do it more consistently. Like, I would love to do...
And Gabby is very much like, make it work. Do you need an extra day? Take an extra day. You want to move the dates around? Move them around. Gabby's really just like, yeah, enjoy spooky books. Have fun.
I really like the one readathon with the, like, fantasy...
The magical readathon?
The magical readathon, but it is complicated.
It requires a lot of time to...
look through the prompts and figure out what you want to do and...
You have to develop a whole character.
Yeah. I mean, I would just use the character I used last time. But yes, like, it is, like, it's part RPG,
it's very involved.
Yeah.
Because that one started out as a Harry Potter readathon.
Mm-hmm.
And then with everything that happened, G wasn't comfortable and didn't want to support the IP anymore. And so developed an entirely new fantasy world to set the readathon in. Which I think is an amazingly cool undertaking.
Yeah.
So that one's really cool. She developed a whole school and a whole system for exams and all these subjects and all these fantasy jobs. It's a beautiful amount of work. Like, G did an amazing job.
Now this claims the fourth and final part of the Murderbot Diary series.
But that's not true.
I don't believe it is. I believe it's at 7. Yeah, Scorpio says I want to read that. I have that on my never-ending TBR. Yeah, my TBR is also never going to be finished.
Yeah, my TBR is what I will stay around haunting libraries for.
I need to figure out what these are. I feel like I should know what they are.
What?
These. This is another one.
Did you ask the kids?
I have not asked the kids.
The kids will probably know.
I thought it was something off of one of their Kiwi crates, but
I don't think so. I don't know. But yeah, even the books we own, like, I know a lot of people are like, I have entertained the idea of doing a TBR to 0, like a physical TBR to 0 challenge, but it would be such an undertaking, and I would be it's all I would be able to read for a really long time would be books we owned. Mm-hmm. And you're going to keep buying books. And I want to keep buying books. So, yeah, I do want to, like, shop my shelves more. Mm-hmm. And I do want to prioritize reading some of these books that I bought. And I have a strong feeling I will enjoy, but I just haven't gotten around to. Like, I do want to read more of the books on the shelf. I might try to start with the manga or the graphic novels. Mm-hmm. Although the manga probably has the highest percentage of things I've read to things I haven't read. Mm-hmm. Because I have so many long series that I've read all of. That I kept up with. Because while I do have a bit of a tendency to buy 1 or 2 volumes ahead mm-hmm. on certain series, I've never bought, like, an entire series I haven't read. I've never bought, like, 10 books ahead of where I am.
Yeah. It seems like after 4, they stopped being novellas. Mm. So I don't know if this was, like, a planned thing or if she was just like, oh, I want to write some more. But, yeah, number 5... is 350 pages. Mm. And then 6 goes back to 168. That's about the length of the ones. And then 7 was 245. So it seems like there's a distinction between like the first 4 and the second, the remaining 3. Mm. And I've seen a lot of like Murderbot 1 through 4 box set. So, it seems like it's the end of...
An arc.
Yeah. Keep buying books. Yeah. Yeah. We keep buying books.
And this is something I've learned about myself. I like having books around. Mm-hmm. When I was in grad school and I was living in the dorms at grad school. Mm-hmm. And I brought, I think, 2 suitcases. I don't even think it was 2 suitcases. I think it might have been 1 suitcase of stuff with me. Mm-hmm. And I realized some friends and I I was living in New York, and some friends and I went into the city and we went to Book Off where they had a big sale of like, all these books were $1. Mm-hmm. So I bought like 15 books and then had to carry them home on the train.
Yeah.
But when I got home and I had just a shelf of books that weren't my school books. Mm-hmm. I had just books on my shelf. Mm-hmm. It suddenly felt more like home.
Yeah. And
so I like being surrounded by books.
Yeah. And you're not able to see it, but if you only watch our streams, we've got these 2 shelves here, but there's also a shelf over here to my left. There's a shelf over here. There are 3 shelves behind the camera. There are 2 shelves in the living room, and then 3
overflow in our bedroom.
3 more shelves of manga for another.
Oh right, the manga
6,
shelves.
Yeah, 6 shelves of manga, and then another 2 shelves in our bedroom.
It's only 5 shelves of manga.
So yeah, it's a lot. Well, one of them is the length of our One
of them is the length of 3 other shelves, but we don't need to talk about that.
Yeah. So this is what we call the library, and then over there is the game room.
The other half of the room.
The other half of this room, because we've divided it out with...
I don't know what this room is intended to be. I do not understand what this room, when they built this house, what they expected you to do with this room.
You could have this be a living room and have what we use as the living room be a formal dining room.
That would be such a weird dining room, though. And that's where the cable hookup is.
Meh? This is an old house as well. Older house.
But, like, the old house we lived in, the plantation house. Mm-hmm. Like, that one I could understand what all the spaces were for. You had your formal sitting room, you had your dining room, you had your kitchen, you had your living room. Mm-hmm. All those made sense.
Yeah.
This one does not make sense. This doesn't make sense as a formal sitting room, living room. Mm-hmm. And the other space doesn't. Neither space makes sense as a dining room. Mm-hmm. Where we have our table is the only place that makes sense to put a table. And it's a terrible place to put a table.
Yeah. Yeah, this was much bigger than I thought it was going. That it looked in all the listings before we actually saw. Yeah, we actually saw it.
I remember
like,
when we
that's
walked
huge.
into this room and I was like, whoa, this room is big. Which was funny because for a while this was the box room. Because when we moved in, pro tip, if you ever want your movers to absolutely love you, you just tell them, hey, I started labeling my boxes and then that kind of fell apart. So I don't know where any of these boxes go. So just put every box in this room and I'll deal with it later. And they will love you. And it was also really good because we were able to set up all the furniture where it went without tripping over boxes. The only problem was it was really hard to find anything in boxes for a while.
Yeah.
Because I had labeled some of the boxes, but I hadn't labeled where they went. So it would have been a matter of standing there and telling the movers every single box where to put, and it would have been awful.
Yeah.
It would have been absolutely insane. So we just had all the boxes in here for a while.
Yeah. Well, it is 2:45.
Oh.
And this is our normal.
I had a nice nap today, so.
This is our normal send-off time. So
our son was losing his ever-loving mind, and so I went in there and I was like, you know how sometimes you have dad nap with you when you're upset? Yeah. And he immediately calmed down. Yeah. Do you want me to stay here with you, or do you want me to get dad? I want to sleep with you. He curled up right next to me. So it was very sweet.
Yeah, I couldn't find you for a second.
This is how I feel.
And then I was like,
when you've done the same thing.
Yeah, I was like, did she do a me? Is she sleeping on the floor in here? And I was like, oh no, they just took Kaylee's bed.
I wasn't gonna sleep on the floor. That's ridiculous. He was like, Dad usually sleeps on the floor, and I was like, well, Dad's crazy. There's a perfectly good bed right here.
Yeah. And then I also crashed out. I think everybody except for
our daughter
was asleep from like, when did we get home? I don't know, like 1:30.
A little before 2. It was because
from 1:30 to 5. I didn't wake up until 5.
And we didn't either.
And I only woke up because she was being very loud playing games on the couch. Because our daughter, if we tell her, oh, like this thing is happening until 3:00,
she will do that thing until 3:00.
You're having quiet time until 3:00, and then like at 3:00,
she's done.
Exactly.
She is done.
She will open up the door and be like, oh, it's done.
It's done.
Yeah. She also wakes up at the crack of dawn.
I told her, I said, I begged her. I begged her when she went to bed, because we went to bed really late tonight. I said, you don't have to get up with the sun. If you wake up and you are tired, go back to sleep. And she's not going to.
Yeah. All right. Well.
What did we do to be cursed with morning children?
I don't know.
I'm a night owl who has been cursed with morning children.
Mm-hmm. All right. I'm not gonna even, because every time you're just like, I don't have a thing. So
I don't have a thing.
thanks for coming. Thanks for joining us for our reading sprints tonight. As always, I hope your reading journey is going well. Like, comment, subscribe, all those booktuber things. And hopefully we'll see you on the next one.
Need protection from your finger guns.
Until then, take care.
Bye. Thanks for joining us.